Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. Okay, today let's hope we have more movement than yesterday. Yesterday was very slow. Had to wait a lot until we got it set up. Let's hope today will be more movement, more volatility, so we don't have too much to wait. Okay, yesterday we finally broke out of consolidation in USD JPY, which we waited for too long. First, I was in buys, as you guys know, on the stream, but it took too long, and after this move, I moved my stop at break even. Then it dropped all the way down and got stopped at break even. After that, I waited for a breakout to the downside, which happened here in this candle, and then I entered on the retest, just like I said before yesterday on the stream. Then also I suggested to wait for this level to break, and when you can enter the second entry. And after this candle broke below, I waited for the retest, and as you can see, it melted down. This can still push to the downside, but for now I don't think I would take any trades, as I'm already in two positions here holding. It's around, let's see how many pips I have for now. Yeah, around 60 pips. I've closed most of them. I'm just holding some runners and see where they can go. Maybe I'll go even more. I think we can fill this range to the downside here, and that's another 30 pips. Yeah, but we'll have to see. Euro USD. Euro USD currently at this resistance. Okay, so first thing, I'm gonna clean every chart because it's a fresh day, it's a new day, and we want to start fresh from now, so we can see what happened during the night, because sometimes on Asian session we can have, or price can create new zones, and yeah, it's better to clean the charts before starting every day. Now let's see, we have Euro USD here currently at resistance. So what we need here now is a close above. So we need a bullish close above here. Then a retest and continuation. Now it's gonna take some time. We're gonna have to wait for the breakout candle, which can happen next hour, or maybe take more time than usual. But we'll see. We have to wait for this candle to wait for this to break above. And this level yesterday was perfectly respected. Hello Alex, well, good morning. Now this level was respected very nice yesterday, and as you can see, we had this candle as a breakout candle, then it came for retest. As you can see, big rejection to the downside. Also price created some kind of resistance just below this, and you can see this candle kind of made a break and retest, small break and retest here. But for me, I wouldn't take it because we still have this zone here. So this is like in between price. Now it's in between these two zones, which is not a very let's say big range. It's not even 20 pips. So the best would be to wait for a break above, then continuation. And if we go on the 4 hour, we can see the next zone. Next zone is all the way up here, and it's a nice 20 pip range, I think. Yeah, 20-25 pips. It can easily fill this range to the upside. Just need a 1 hour breakout. The 4 hour looks pretty good based on the close. It looks pretty bullish. I think once the 1 hour closes above 2, this can easily go and fill the range to the upside here to this next 4 hour resistance. That can easily happen. Okay, we'll see. Cat JPY. Yesterday I was waiting for a break of this resistance, which didn't happen. Then went all the way down. So take a look at the 4 hour, because on the 4 hour we have a zone here, this 4 hour support, but I think the move already was done in this 4 hour break and retest here. You can see this candle closed below, and this kind of was as a retest, even though it should have come higher to make that deep retest. Now the thing is, I can't take the sells because we're getting rejected from 4-hour support, and this can easily turn out in a fake out. Always we have to look left to see if we're getting rejected from another zone, and you can see very clear that got rejected from this 4-hour support. Now JPY pairs, most of them dropped last night. Even GJ. There's a lot of news on GJ today. Gonna have to be careful later on. We have interest rate decision, but there's still time until then. Maybe we can see a nice move before that. Like I said yesterday, the daily was clearly sells on GJ. It was very nice setup here. And as I said, this was the retest candle to continue down, and that's what GJ did. Even though there's still room to drop. Still has room to drop. Let me take a look on the 4-hour. Yes, so we have this support here on the 4-hour, which needs to break. If it does, if it wants to continue down, we need to break the support. It's the 4th time that's getting rejected from the same level. Even on the 1-hour, we have the same support. This looks like a fake out. Plenty of zones on GJ. We have also here resistance. As you can see, there's a lot of rejections at this level, so we can clearly see that we have a zone here. Also on the left, when you look at, so we can have something like this for a quick 20 pips. GJ has zones every 20 pips, so it can be nice to trade. It's always nice to trade GJ. It doesn't let you wait for too much. Yeah, I started the stream early. Yeah, I like pre-London. I've traded pre-London for a long time, and I'm gonna start again. It's not that I traded pre-London lately, but I'm starting to trade it again. Pre-London London session, it's one of my favorite. I said yesterday. A lot of good movements happen on London, on pre-London. AUD JPY. Okay, let's take a look at this. We have resistance here. So we have rejections. This was the other day where we waited for a break and retest here, and it went perfectly. Big push. Another retest here, and another big push. Another retest here, another big push. So when you want to draw a zone, just look at where candles, or when you want to see if there's a major zone or a minor zone. And you can clearly see this is a major zone because every time price came here, look how big the rejection was. Every time. Then we had this a breakout here, or this small break and retest and continuation downside. Now it's coming back up again. If we get a close above, then a retest, we might continue and fill this range to the upside. So let's see, this looks also a good opportunity for us. We will see what happens. Just let's take a look at the 4-hour. Yeah, 4-hour big rejection. Daily rejection from support to. This is a good level that we're waiting for a breakout. Even if you look on the left on the daily, this is a very nice and strong level. See, even in the past, price rejected pretty hard from this, here and here, and yeah, this is a pretty obvious zone. See here that we had this breakout, this retest, and went all the way down. Then this candle closed above, made the retest, went all the way up again. We had some consolidation, but definitely this looks a pretty good support or resistance. Now we just have to switch on the lower time frames and see what is happening and wait for a breakout here. This can be a very nice trade. Looks like it's pretty same GJ2 at resistance. If you want to take a trade here, it needs to close at least 350 maybe, then a retest and continuation. JPY pairs can still continue down. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if EU is gonna give us a breakout. Yeah. So we are waiting for a breakout here. thoughts on AUD USD. Let's take a look. Okay, AUD USD basically is the same chart as AUD JPY. Yeah, it's almost the same, the whole setup. Yeah, I'm just gonna compare these two, and you can see how see, it's like 90% is the same, just that AUD/USD didn't broke below and this did, but they still sitting at the same price. Look at this, resistance, resistance. We had a break and retest here on AU, on Aussie dollar, and we had a break and retest on AUD JPY. We had this big drop, rejection, rejection again. It's very, very similarities on both. It's crazy. Now on AUD/USD, it's been pretty messy actually. It's been making some fake outs, and trading in this zone here, I think wouldn't be a good idea. Maybe waiting for a break below this and a retest continuation would be better. But let's see. We will see. Thing is, the best would be to trade this on the 4-hour, because the 4-hour is a lot better and it's pretty clean. See, basically we need to wait for this consolidation box to break. The zones are pretty much the same on the 4-hour and the 1-hour, so yeah, we need to wait for this breakout, for this consolidation box to break if we want to take a trade on this. But if we get a breakout, price needs to close around here. If price goes straight to the upside, then comes for a retest, that would be risky. We need a close around here, then the retest and continuation. But if price goes all the way to the upside, then that can be a rejection from a major resistance and can result in a fake out. So a 10 pip close, 15 pips above would be enough for us. In the other side on AUD JPY looks pretty good. If we get a close above, then a retest would be nice. This candle got rejected pretty hard from this 4-hour support and it closed bullish. Now we will see. Don't like to trade these pairs on a daily basis. I'd only trade them when there's a very nice setup. It's better to focus on major pairs mostly. Take a look at GU. GU has been consolidating for quite some time. Look at all these 4-hour candles. It's pretty big consolidation. This whole consolidation been happening for hours. No break on either side yet. See, it seems like GBP is waiting for the news to start to move. Since we have interest rates today, we're gonna have a big move, either to the upside or downside. We'll see. UJ. See, like I said yesterday, UJ takes a lot of time until it breaks, but once it breaks, you can have a big move. And you can see what happened after. 60 pips drop. It was perfect. Good things requires a lot of patience. At the end, you're gonna get paid for waiting. If you guys have charts to review, and you can send them on the chart, on the chat. You can send the link and I can review them. Drawing zones is important because for your entries plays a big role, and only small details can lead to a loss. Drawing zones 5 pips, 10 pips higher or lower can have effect on your entry, and the better you draw zones, the smaller the stop loss can be. You've seen my entries are always in a very, very small drawdown, and most of the time they don't even have any drawdown, because when your draw zone is good, you make a good entry, you wait for price to come at your zone, you have patience, you're not going to be in drawdown at all. Big drawdown comes when you enter too early, and when you enter too early, that means that you are scared that you're going to miss the trade. You enter too early, then you end up in big drawdown, and even if price goes in your way, you're still going to expect more, and maybe that's going to be only a 10 pip move, you're expecting 20 pips, and it doesn't go 20 pips just because your entry was too early. And for me, that I have a good entry, I will be done, and for you will have to hold more, and maybe price is going to reject and come to your entry, and you're gonna end up in drawdown again and maybe in a loss. Because let's say if price is pushing up here, and let's say it's gonna close above, and it closes around here, and you don't wait for the retest to come where candles are closed. Now when you enter here, you already have 15 pips range from this point to this point, and price can come all the way down to make that perfect retest. Now you're going to be 15 pips in drawdown, and you're going to have to use a bigger stop loss also, because from the best entry you can use a 20 pip stop loss, and from here you've already entered early. You're going to have to use 15 plus 20 pips, that's going to be 35 pips stop loss, too big. Now from here, for example, if you enter the best entry, you're going to be done in 20 pips move here. Now if your entry was here, when price starts to reject, you're only going to be 5 pips in profit, and this can be the next zone. Now here I will be done, but you will have to wait for more because it's not enough, only 5 pips. Now price can reject from this resistance, come back down again, and maybe even continue down. And the entry, or when you enter, it's very important. A lot of people take losses just because from the early entry, and that the fear of missing out. They enter too early, they don't wait for that retest or whatever their style of trading is. They don't wait for confirmations, or maybe they enter even before the breakout. So yeah, let's see. Looks like Euro USD, it's one of the best setups for now to wait for a breakout. It's gonna be a nice move if it does break above. Let's take a look at Euro AUD. It had a very big push yesterday, or last night actually. It looks like we got rejected from this 4-hour resistance here. A lot of zones on EA. I think the best would be to wait for this to break. hit the 4-hour and 1-hour level, so the best would be to wait for that break above this, then retest, and EA can easily fill this range. It's not hard at all for each EA. It always makes big moves. I think it can do it. Take a look at daily, what daily is saying. Yeah, we'll see. Thing is, daily got rejected and closed above this daily support here. See, and this is a very, very strong support. It's a key level for EA, and since it closed above that, you can see how it pushed all the way up, and it can go even more, continue up. So we just need this to close above. On the daily we have a good rejection from support, and if you get a close above a breakout on the 1-hour, even better. Maybe get also a 4-hour breakout, and when we have a 4-hour and 1-hour breakout, that trade has a very, very high chance to work. And this can easily push to the upside. It's also another support. You can see how this candle closed above, and this was the retest. Now it's getting rejected again. That's a good sign. Now we need a push to the upside and retest continuation. But we can have also break and retest to the downside. Can't say it can happen. But on the downside would be maybe more risky because of the daily support. I wouldn't feel too comfortable taking it when this breaks to the downside. I would be a lot more comfortable taking if it breaks to the upside, because we'd have a daily rejection, a breakout on lower time frame of another zone, and would be a lot better. Everything needs practice. Taking good entries, drawing zones, everything needs practice. Comes a time when you don't even need to draw zones. You can see them clearly without putting any lines or everything. You just see there's no need for any of these lines. These are just for you guys to help you see which zones I'm looking for. But basically from experience you get to a point when you don't need them. See the options here on Euro USD. This can be basically a setup just like this one yesterday that we got rejected from a 4-hour resistance. Then we broke below this minor zone here. Then we entered on the retest. Now what's happening is basically the same. We are getting rejected from this bigger resistance here, and then we have this minor zone here. Now if price comes closes below this, we can enter on the retest and it can easily come and fill this range. So basically it's the same as yesterday. We got rejected from 4-hour resistance. This was a minor zone that was created before. This candle closed back in the range, made the retest, went all the way down, closed below this, made the retest, went all the way down, then created a minor zone here. And if we get a rejection from here and this candle comes all the way down, closes below this minor zone, we can enter on the retest, use a 15 pip stop loss, and ride it all the way down just like yesterday happened. So we'll see what happens. There are always different options what can happen in the market. We just have to be able to go with it and to know what to do in every kind of situation. Whatever happens here, we need to be able to adapt to it and to go with the market. Let's take a look. Yeah, daily. Yeah, this can continue down. I don't see much on the daily to be fair. Just have this support and we might break, who knows, but we can do some small scalps here on Euro USD. Quick break and retest, 10-20 pips wouldn't change too much. Yeah, so we'll see. As price still consolidating, we'll see on the next hour. Maybe we're gonna have some kind of more movement. Yeah, it can be pretty quiet until London open. I'm interested to see what's gonna happen with AUD JPY, because this can give us a nice trade too. Since this candle is how I call it, an indecision candle, because didn't close above, didn't close below this candle here. Now maybe if you get a close below here in this candle and then a small retest here, it can easily continue down then on the next zone here. So we'll see. Maybe I'm gonna try some sells here after this candle closes below the zone. Gonna wait and see. In 4 minutes I'm gonna make a decision what should I do here, because it looks pretty good. Maybe we can have a nice push to the downside. AUD/USD is dropping too. AUD/JPY. Let's see. We need a better break than this. At least a 10 pip close below. This is like only 2 pips below this support. It's not enough. Needs at least close around here. Well, it doesn't really seem that's gonna happen. Yeah, EU still the same. Yeah, it didn't close below enough like I wanted to. But see, it's starting to push down. Gonna have to wait for this candle too. Question: is there a way how you can tell when a reversal has started? How do you mean? A reversal of trend or what? since you were talking about trends, I think you want to know when a reversal starts in a trend. Yeah. So basically when you how you notice when the trend's going to change is when price breaks a major zone. So let's say I'm going to take an example here. Let's see if I can find one. And also trends, you should look for changing a trend on higher time frames. I would say daily. I will look for daily. So for example, if price is on a bullish trend and now it's starting to reject, let's say, see this big rejection here, it rejected all the way down. I would say I would start to think when that the trend is going to change once it broke this support here. So this was a pretty strong support, and even when it was going up, pushing hard, you can see these candles that first this one, then these two candles that had some problems going up, made a few rejections here, and then you can see also these rejections. All these are daily rejections. These ones, so all these created big support here on the daily. Now this was a bullish trend, and once we broke below this candle was your confirmation that the trend is changing. We got close below this key support, big support. We had this retest here, and then you can see how price went all the way down. I think this can be one of the signs when a trend is going to change. When price breaks a major level which was created while it was trending to the upside, let's say, then you have a break of that key level and trend starts to change to the opposite. So yeah, for me, this candle would confirm me that price is going to change the trend here. If this would stay above, then start to continue up, that would be still a bullish trend. See this whole move, this was bullish all the way since May 2019. It was in a bullish trend. Now for this to change, even though we're still in a downtrend, but when this breaks, this can be a whole big downtrend here. A big downtrend can happen here. And this is a major level that needs to be broken to continue all the way down. Just like it happened here in this level that I talked about. For now, Euro AUD is in a downtrend, of course, but we have a very big consolidation box here that needs to break if it does want to continue this. But for now, it can still continue up. Unless we break this big support here, it can still continue up. But there's no need for us to watch for big reversals or to catch 200, 300 pips. All we need is 20 pips scalping, and by that we only need a break and retest of this level here, and we can ride it until this next resistance. That's all for us. We don't need 100 pips to make money. 10-20 pips can be enough for us to do on a daily basis. No much. Waiting for a 100 pip move, it's first you need a big stop loss. And when you use a big stop loss, your loss is going to be much higher. And when you use a big stop loss, making that loss back, it's going to be a lot harder than using only a 20 pip stop loss or 10 pip stop loss. You have to think about that. Maybe making a 50 pips loss is a lot harder, because I tried it before. I know it's crazy when you lose a big, let's say 50 pip trade. It's going to be very hard to find a very good trade to make that back, and you lose confidence. It's very hard then to bring confidence back, and you don't really get these big moves every day. So 10-20 pips happens every day. We just have to be able to find setups, and there are a lot of setups every day. You get a lot of setups of 10-20 pip moves. UJ can still drop more. Should be the next target for UJ, but for now I can't take a trade here because the move is already done. Wouldn't you use just 1% risk no matter what size the stop loss size is? Yeah, I would use 1% risk, but the trade plays the big role. How are you going to make that 1% back on the next trade? Because if the next trade is going to be 1% risk again, you're going to need a 50 pip move again still to make that 1% back. The thing is, to reach that percentage, you're going to have to make 50 pips, right? So it's going to be hard for you to find a good trade that's going to give you 50 pips. But it's going to be a lot easier to make 1% when you only lost, like when you're looking only for a smaller target, and when you're using a smaller stop loss. I hope you're understanding that. How about the EuroCAD 1 hour break and retest? Okay, EuroCAD, let's check EuroCAD. So on EuroCAD we have resistance at 1.52700. Yeah, we can wait for this on the 4 hour. Can wait this for on the 4 hour. If we have a good break, we have a nice target to the upside. Yeah, we'll see. I will consider this if we get a break above. Yeah, this is a good setup. We'll see. EuroCAD tends to make a lot of fake outs, but maybe this time is not gonna make a fake out. Although it seems it respected very nice this level every time it came here. So if we get a close above, I think it's gonna respect it. Because see how it got rejected first, then it closed below, made a retest and all the way down. Now it's getting rejected again. So if we get a close above, I think small retest and continuation is going to be pretty easy. This is when I got faked out on this retest. It came too deep, then made the move, but then also you can see how it closed below, made the retest and it went all the way down, then came back up again, got rejected, closed above, made the retest, continuation, came back down again, rejections. This candle closed below. This was a retest but not deep enough, all the way down. Now this is the time when it didn't respect at all this resistance. Then you get another rejections, close above, retest, continuation, another rejection from the same level, and the same happened today here. At this time now, can wait for a close above to ride this all the way up. It's a good level. It's a very good level. You can see how every time price came at this level, got rejected pretty hard, either to the upside or downside, on both ways. See, there are plenty of setups coming up. Just gonna have to find which one we want to take. See, Euro USD is rejecting both zones. That just confirms our zones here. Rejecting from this, so as I said, we need a close below. Then a retest and continuation. Whatever happens here, we are ready for both sides. We need a good close below here, the same. Small retest here and continuation too. Like I said, because both these two candles closed either way. They were like indecision candles, like I said before. We need a strong close below so we can be sure and have a better confirmation. Then a retest and we can short this. Stop loss would be 430, 530. Yeah, just above this wick here. And we can go all the way down and fill this range. Gonna have to wait for that. So we have at least 3 setups coming up. AUD, JPY, Euro USD, Euro CAD. USD JPY doesn't really have anything big. Let's check Euro JPY. Euro JPY. Okay, so on Euro JPY looks like we have resistance here. A lot of rejections. On the 4-hour at the same level. We'll see, either we reject this or continue all the way up. But we need a close above. Still think JPY pairs need to continue down, but yeah, unless something else happens, unless we get a close, we get some breakouts, there's no confirmation of going up. Just like here. So we have two options on most of these pairs that we can consider. Same thing, same thing is for longs here. We need a strong close above of 10 to 15 pips at least if we want to take buys here. Okay, I'm gonna grab some coffee so I can wake myself up a bit, and I'll be back in a minute or two. Okay, let's see. Okay, we have another rejection on your USD. Let's see, once it breaks above, can have a nice trade here. AUD JPY also pushing up. That's a good sign. We'll see, maybe we're gonna have 2-3 trades at the same time. Then we'll decide which one to take. Today there's going to be some fireworks. Interest rate decision. We have also USD news. Plenty of news today. We have to make some quick profits before these news come, because it's gonna be pretty messy once the news come. Let's see. AUD JPY is pushing really nice. I hope we get a close above, because this can be a pretty nice trade here. Not too much traffic on the left until the zone here. This even can be the first target, and that's around 20 pips or 25 pips range. That can be first target. This can be second target. Wow, nice push. We're starting to have some movement now. Let's see. Looks like it's not gonna push to the downside based on this candle, so I'm gonna clean the chart a bit, because too many lines. I want to see clean charts. Yeah, we'll see. This can be a very nice trade here. You can see another rejection on Euro USD. Never look lower time frames. I don't even know why I clicked 15 minutes. Let's see, we have another 25 minutes. Just gonna go through the charts and see. If we get a close both on Euro USD and on Australian dollar and yen, let's see, gonna have to decide which one to take. Thing is, both are perfect setups. Maybe I'll just split the risk into trades, or I'm just gonna stick to it. Maybe I'm gonna take Euro USD better. Thing is, I don't usually trade AUD JPY, so maybe I'll be more comfortable to trade Euro USD, even though Euro USD sometimes makes a lot of fake outs. Hopefully not this time. Yesterday worked out perfectly. Today should do the same. Thing is, AUD JPY is already above resistance. Maybe we're gonna have a break on AJ and not on EU, because EU is still below, still hasn't managed to go above this price, above this level, so we're gonna have to wait and see. EuroCAD got rejected again. Looks like it's not gonna break. It's already 20 pips rejection. EJ is also pushing. It might close above, but on EJ I wouldn't be more that sure. I think this is a better setup than EJ. Yeah, like I said, EJ looks more risky. I don't like it that much. But AUD JPY is a lot better. We have a clean setup here. And also on Euro USD. CAD JPY, let's take a look at CAD JPY. Yeah, CAD JPY would be good also. But CAD JPY needs to break on the 4-hour, because this is the level on CAD JPY. It needs to break this 4-hour level. Again, I would stick to EU and AUD JPY. Still a lot better than other pairs. It doesn't look. Needs to close the 4-hour. I wouldn't take it on the 1-hour. EuroCAD also the same, needs to close on the 4-hour. We need a breakout because 1-hour is not that clear. We have a better chart on 4-hour. Take a look at GBP CAD. GBP CAD used to be one of my favorite pairs, but then it started a lot of fake outs, and see, lately it's been consolidating a lot. Look at this consolidation. Too many zones, too many rejections, a lot of fake outs. Hasn't been the same lately. See, drawing zones is too hard now on GCAD. That's why I would just skip it, because it's not too much here happening. Too many candles, too many rejections, a lot of different things happening. In the meanwhile, GJ can be a good break and retest here, but it's getting rejected now. And to have a break and retest here, we need a very good close above 200, 134.200. Yeah, it needs to close at least above where these candles are closed. See, we have like two zones here, and if we close above the zone, still gonna be this. So the best would be here to skip this, or to wait a break of both above this, then a retest and continuation. That would be the best, but taking a trade in this middle zone here, I wouldn't suggest that. I wouldn't suggest taking a trade in the middle of this box here, small box. So we go back again at AUD JPY, which is the cleanest setup for now. Also Euro USD, but still hasn't managed to break above or below that zone we're waiting for. AUD USD is still stuck in this consolidation box. And as I said before, we need a break of this consolidation before taking any trades here. Now AUD JPY is pushing. Now we don't know if it's gonna close above or not, but if this candle would come all the way down and close below, that would be a great opportunity for some sells. I would like to see that. If this candle would come all the way down and turn bearish and close below this level, next candle would push straight to the downside, would be crazy. Very nice trade. But we'll see. Well, anything can happen. There's still 15 minutes left. Same thing on GBP AUD, just like GBP CAD. a lot of consolidation. Look at this. Also a lot of zones. You can't really decide when you can take a trade or not, because all these big rejections. And I said yesterday on GBP/AUD you need a bigger stop than 20 pips, because 20 pips hasn't been working on GBP/AUD. You can see, even though if it does a break and retest, when it makes the retest, it makes big rejections. Like it can go maybe 30-40 pips in drawdown, then can still work that break and retest and continue in your way. So I'm not trading it lately, just like I'm not trading GBP CAD. Take a look at USD CAD. I didn't check USD CAD at all today. Yeah, USD CAD, same. This week was pretty strange. We had a lot of consolidation. Since Monday, big consolidation on all pairs. Only UJ managed to break the consolidation yesterday, but still CUSD CAD still in this big consolidation. And since yesterday I was waiting for this to break, but still didn't manage to reject it all the way up. Now we'll see, maybe today we're gonna have a close below, who knows. This is also 4-hour support, so whenever it breaks we can expect a pretty big move to the downside if it does continue down. We might have a middle zone here on USD CAD, but I wouldn't be that sure to trade this middle, on the middle of this consolidation. Usually, like I said before, on a consolidation box you're gonna have a middle zone, but in this case it's not that clear. It's not that clear because we have a lot of candles in the middle, even though we have candles that got rejected before. But see, then we have candles closed in the middle, even though we have a lot of rejections, but we would be a lot more safer to wait for a break of this support or a break to the upside. Even though to the upside we don't really have many rejections, only these two. A break below would be a lot more comfortable for me. Let's see if EU is gonna break. It's pretty close. It's having problems, a lot of rejections. The worst thing is that this can stay like this and the next candle can push and they then make the move before making that retest. That would be the worst thing, just like it happened here. See, we didn't close enough below. We closed above, we didn't have that good breakout. Then next candle pushed straight to the downside. And that's what I'm afraid it can happen here too. This candle can just stay below this. Then the next candle push all the way up and we missed the move. That's what I want to not happen. Yeah, it looks like coming up before London, there's no much movement. Maybe next time should wait for London to open, then do the stream. Well, I just thought that waking up earlier would give us some setup, but really didn't. Not much movement today. Also, AUD not a good close. If it does close like this, it's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough. We'll see. If we get 10 pips close above, that would be great. This is a 10 pip close. It would have to close around here. Then a small retest and we could have taken trade here. But if it stays like this, I wouldn't trust it. Wouldn't be enough for me. Oh man, this is very close. This is very close to break. I would be very disappointed if we don't get a close above before the candle closes. Because I can imagine the next candle pushing all the way up and me just watching without entering anything. Let's see, 4 minutes, it can happen a lot in 4 minutes. You never know. Let's see, it's almost there. Yeah, maybe I'll take AUDJPY, let's see. It needs to close at least at 600. That would be the best breakout. Yeah, looks like not. Still rejecting. Thing is, whenever we're gonna have the breakout, we know that we're gonna have a good move. Every time it gets rejected, it's another confirmation for us that this support or this resistance, that we can count on this zone. That's the good thing. The more rejections we have, the better will be the trade after it breaks. The stronger the move will be after the break. I say that every time. Just like on UJ. See, once we had the breakout, straight 60, 70 pip drop after the breakout. I still have 2 positions running. On USD/JPY, and I've put my stops at 107.050, just above this, on both entries, because I have another entry at this point here, 107.200. Yesterday I explained that we can enter another trade there, and the first was here, 107.280. That was the first entry. See, every time when you have a break on these big consolidation boxes, it's one of my favorite setups. Breaking of the consolidation box. We had some fake outs before, but see, even that was a fake out. First I took a 5 pip stop loss on the fake out. But look what happened after we got the real breakout. 60 pips easy. That 5 pip stop loss, now it's nothing compared on the drop. So you don't give up even if you get faked once. You just trust your analysis. Okay, so we have a close now. AUDJPY. What can I say? It's not a good breakout. Let me see if I can take any trade here. Thing is, we already closed above, and it's only small breakout. That's what worries me. It only closed for 65 pips above. Yeah, it would be a bit risky to take it. Euro USD closed below 2. No breakout. Yeah, we have a small break, but you know what? I'm gonna take some buys here. But I'm gonna use small risk because the breakout is very weak. It's only 5 pips breakout. Okay, let's check another time. Let me check the 4-hour. Yeah, I'm gonna close. I'm not gonna take this. Not gonna take this. The reason is because the 4-hour is still at resistance. Can't risk this unless we have a 4-hour breakout. I'm not gonna trust this. I'm gonna wait for a good close, at least 10-15 pips. It doesn't matter if it continues up because I wouldn't be comfortable. So the 4-hour is not a good chart on the 4-hour. Still need to close above this, the 4-hour. And yeah, if this closes back down, then I would consider some sells here. Euro USD got rejected again, it's dropping now. Let's see, we might have a break to the downside maybe. Still a lot of consolidation. Now that I see this on USD CAD, I want to take some sells, but it's too risky. Do you have one bias or open to flipping bias if structure fit your trade plan? Thing is, I trade what I see. Even if I have bias, they can change because market moves. Yeah, if the structure changes, I can't stick to one bias. if I see, for example, sells here, if I see sells here and price goes all the way up and closes above, there's no reason why I should think for sells anymore, because the structure has changed. We have a break above, let's say. So why would I stick to sell bias? But for example, if I have sell bias still and price stays below this, then I don't change my bias unless price shows me something else. Unless I have some other confirmation that price is going to continue up. So yeah, you don't change bias when you're still on the same position. That's the thing. So for now, I trade ranges sometimes, but most of the time I wait for a break of these kind of ranges. Let's say this consolidation box. Sometimes I trade middle zones, like I said before, but they have to be very clear to take them. Trading ranges is a lot more risky than waiting for a break of that range. Let's see. See, this is why I said we have to stay away and not trade in between these two ranges. This happens a lot of times, and we always have to be careful. Wait for either of them to break, then we can have a nice trade. Because if this is rejecting this support, then comes and closes above, then we know we're going to have a nice move. If this comes all the way back down and closes below this, we will have double confirmation. First, we got rejected from a stronger zone, then we broke this minor zone, also a retest and continuation, just like yesterday. You get then double confirmation for that trade. The retest continuation. Then you got broken another zone here, breakout, a retest. So same thing happens every day. ADJPY is dropping. If we get a close like this, would be perfect. On a small retrace, I would enter some sells, and it would go very nice. Let's see. Just now it's the time to have patience and wait for the perfect setup. Because one of the most important things is to know when to stay away and not enter a trade. Yesterday waited all day, then at the end of the day I got UJ. So it was all about patience, to wait and wait and wait until you get the opportunity. GJ dropping 2. Yeah, GJ dropping 2 because it didn't have a breakout. Did you trade the AUD news? No, I didn't. I didn't because I don't trade Asian session. It can happen, but not every day. Maybe once in a while I trade Asian session. So AD news was on Asian and I didn't trade them. I don't usually trade news. For news I trade usually CAD news because CAD news mostly move in only one way. And it's a lot easier to use pendings, buy stops and sell stops. I've done it a lot of times and it worked perfectly. But you just have to be careful when there are CAD news and USD news at the same time. Because in that occasion, you can have spikes to the upside and downside both ways, trigger your both pendings. That's risky. But when there are only CAD news, buying stop and selling stops, they work really well. I've tried it a lot of times and we've traded on my group news plenty of times. There are also a lot of times when nothing big happens, so you just delete the pendings and leave it. Because sometimes the news have effect later on, not immediately. Yeah, all yen pairs are dropping for now. They're getting some strength. Basically, they are moving the same. GJ dropping, AUD/JPY, USD/JPY also. All of them. let's see what's gonna happen. Okay, let's see what we have. There's nothing much going on. Still your USD staying below this level, in between. Another drop. Let's see. I hope we get a break finally because it's been too much consolidation. Let's see. We already have 4 hours of rejecting this level. Once we break, it's going to be a great move. Once we break this, it's going to be a nice move. Thing is, I hope at least AUD JPY closes below and makes a retest and fails this trend to the downside, because it's not making any good break either side, even though thought this was the breakout, but still weak. We closed above. Not enough for continuation. Like I said, at least 10-15 pips would be enough here. Okay. EU is dropping. Take a look at the Chinese indicator, which doesn't really play a big role, but see, GBP looks like it's very weak. Euro pretty strong, USD pretty strong. And this just tells you that we're consolidating here. And either way, it's not a breaking. Let's hope we get a break on this candle at least. And we don't need that Chinese indicator at all. Just hope it doesn't go without us and leave without a retest. Okay, finally we're having some movement, at least. Let's go. If I would trade lower time frames, maybe 30 minutes would be a breakout in 5 minutes. But unfortunately, I don't. And I'm not planning to do. I'm just gonna stick to 1 hour. Oh man, another rejection. It's gonna be a long day in the office today. I just hope, guys, you guys are having the same patience as me. No trades yet. I know it's a big challenge to have a lot of patience to not take a trade, but it's a very important thing. If you guys see any setups that I don't see, please let me know, because I can't watch too many setups at once. Euro New Zealand, forgot to take a look at Euro New Zealand. Okay, pretty messy. This level or Euro New Zealand is pretty good and strong. Yeah, looks like we had a break and retest here. This candle closed above and these were the retest candles. I think what we can do on Euro New Zealand is if this candle closes above these, we can take a trade on the retest here. We also then have a rejection on the 4 hour, a break and retest, and also we're gonna have a break and retest on the 1 hour here in this minor zone. And then we'll see. We can take an entry here because if you look at it, there are a lot of rejections here and also got rejected from this major support. It makes sense if it does close above to continue up. And Euro New Zealand can give us 20 pips pretty easy. It makes some big moves most of the time. It looks very promising. Euro USD, another rejection. If this would come all the way up and close above, that would be a very strong confirmation. Because we already have 4 times rejecting this support and then coming all the way up, closing above. Next candle then just should push straight to the upside. We'll see. It looks like that's what's going to happen. Gonna keep an eye on both Euro New Zealand and Euro USD. They can both do the same thing. Okay, we have a chart here. Let's take a look. USD JPY. No, USD CAD, right? CAD JPY, okay. Didn't understand this first. Then I saw CAD JPY. Well, it looks good actually. I think I was waiting for this setup. I don't know if I forgot about it or what happened. CAD JPY. No, I forgot that. I said that on CAD JPY we are waiting for this 4-hour resistance to break. See the 4-hour how it got rejected? We have this zone here that needs to be broken first if we want to take a trade here. I wouldn't take a trade on 1 hour because I wouldn't feel very comfortable with that. I would rather wait for a break of this resistance on the 4-hour, which will mean also a close above the previous breakout candle, and most of the time when that happens would be a perfect setup. So yeah, that's what I think about CAD JPY. I think Euro New Zealand is gonna be the best setup for now. Based on how it looks right now. Unless we get a whole rejection to the downside after. Yeah, so once we break above I think my entry is going to be somewhere around 1.74 670, and next target is going to be this next resistance here. Stop loss not going to be that big. Stop loss is going to be just below the breakout candle if we do close above. I think there's no need for a bigger stop loss, and also that will be around 15 pips, maybe less, would be perfect. Let's see, unless it gets rejected all the way down, which would be too bad. If this still, even on this hour, doesn't break, that would be catastrophic. Even though it's trying to break the support a few times now. If I switch to 1 minute, it's been trying for a while now to break this support. See what happens. Euro New Zealand's probably is gonna fly. Because last time, every time you can see on the left, every time we got rejected from this support, look what happened after. Look at the move after the break, all the way up. This one to all the way up. This one and this one. We had a break and retest here, then came back in the range this candle. Made a retest all the way up. Same happened here, another break and retest to the downside. Look at the move. Now we got a close above. This was the retest. Now since we missed this retest, we can wait for this minor zone to break, a retest and continuation easily to the upside. I think it's going to be a pretty nice trade here once that happens. This might come just even before Euro USD, because Euro USD is taking too much time and it's not breaking either way. But this is almost ready to fly. Let's see. If we want to take this, we need at least 10 pips below. This needs to close around here. And then we'll enter on the retest. We don't want an indecision candle here closing either way. We want a strong confirmation. UJ is not doing much. USD CAD, same. It hasn't moved that much. Still in this big consolidation box. Gonna have to wait for a break either side. Even though, let's see on the 4 hour. Yeah, we're still at this 4 hour support here. That's getting rejected. It's too messy. Daily still at this daily support. It has a pretty big support here. that needs to break on a daily if it wants to continue down. But for now it's still stuck in this consolidation box. There's nothing happening on it. If you look at GU, okay. Looks like GU is starting to drop, and we might have a trade here. Let's see. Looks like it's gonna break the long side at finally after this big consolidation here. Let's see. Looks pretty promising here. Big breakout candle, we need a retest after it, and then continuation. There's time for the news also. Maybe until the news we can see a nice push to the downside. And then with the news, God knows what's gonna happen. Just know that it's gonna be a big movement. Because we have interest rates today. Later on. Let's see. 4-hour also. Yeah, see how many big 4-hour rejections we had this. It can easily continue and fill this range. It's gonna have to wait for that 1 hour to break below. Then we can see some continuation downside. Another rejection on EU. Looks like it's not gonna break. Taking too much time. Let's see which one is gonna break first. Maybe Euro New Zealand. It's gonna be the first to break this resistance. Maybe GU. If we get a break on both GU and Euro New Zealand, I think I'm gonna choose Euro New Zealand maybe, because I think it's a bit cleaner than GU, and I think there's more confirmations here. Even though it looks like GU is gonna melt down. Just about time. When does that happen? Yeah, this is what's all about, waiting for the best setup that you can find. And yeah, it's all about waiting for the best opportunity and not rushing yourself into bad trades. I don't know who would take a trade until now, because there wasn't anything happening until now. There was no trade. It was only consolidation. Whoever took a trade, it's not choosing the best way. Literally, there was no movement until now. It's all consolidation. Even Euro New Zealand looks like it's going to close below. Look, there's a good side of this thing. Having a lot of ranging, because once it's going to break, you're going to see some nice moves. No, I'm from Europe. I'm not from London, I'm from Europe, Kosovo. Kosovo is a small country, less than 2 million people. Yes, Kosovo. Do we have anyone from Kosovo here on the chat? Yeah, let's see, 10 minutes left and we see what we're gonna do. Yeah, we were in war 20 years ago. You can search on Google about Kosovo and read about the history of Kosovo a bit. We've been through some tough times, but now we're an independent country and we're doing great. But the thing is, we still don't have a visa. We can't go in a lot of countries yet. Okay, all of them are rejecting just before the close. Too much ranging today, too much ranging. Looks like it's waiting for the news. Everything is just sitting down. Okay, let's see, maybe we can have a break on Euro USD. Finally. Once you start to go a day without a trade, trust me, that means you've done a lot of progress. Going all day without taking a trade tells how good you are, and tells that you don't rush trades. You wait for the best setup ever that can be. I used to take at least 10 trades a day, but market was moving a lot that time. It was giving a lot of break and retest setups. CAD JPY closing back in the range. CAD JPY. Like I said, CAD JPY it's at 4-hour resistance. It's nothing yet. It needs to break this resistance here. It needs to close. Needs to close above this zone here. Then I would take the retest if it does that, because this is also a 4-hour resistance. So we need to wait, because if we take buys here, this is the resistance on the 4-hour. We can still have rejections. So it's better to wait to break this on the 4-hour too. Looks like GU is gonna close above, but maybe Euro USD is gonna close below. 4 minutes left. I hope it does push lower and it doesn't close like this, like an indecision candle. That would not be the best thing can happen. Okay, let's see. Great, another. Okay, very nice. Okay, this is what I want. Almost there, almost there. If we close like this, that's great. This is gonna be great if it just close like this. Gonna enter on the retest right away. just needs to close like this and not reject again. And Euro New Zealand got rejected, so there's no trade on this too. It's pretty hard now to go all the way up and close above. The best looks Euro USD for now. Even GU, maybe it's gonna close a bit below, but it's not gonna be as good as Euro USD. USD CAD is rejecting, nothing much on USD CAD. CAD JPY was about to close below, nothing. Still at the same place, nothing. Okay, looks like EU is going to be the best here. Hoping so. So now for buys, there's no sign. We are currently below the support, and we can have a nice breakout here if it does close like this, and we can enter on the retest. Just another minute. Yeah, I think it's going to be a breakout here. I don't see this now going all the way up in seconds. Let me check the 4 hour. Four hour got rejected from resistance. It's going below the previous candle. 1 hour is closing below the support. Now let's see. On a retest here, we'll try to enter some sells. Okay, we are officially closed below. Okay, now we need this to come push higher a bit so we can enter. Even though it's already there, but we need to push to the upside. We need a wick here, then continuation to the downside. Let's see. I hope it just doesn't go straight to the downside without making that retest. That would be not good. AUD USD closed above. I'm gonna enter some buys on AUD USD. Stop loss gonna be at 320. That's around how many pips? Just a second. Okay, so I entered AUD JPY buys. So this one closed above, but not good. It closed very weak, and this candle came all the way back down, couldn't close below, came and back, rejected, closed back in the range bullish. Now this candle should continue up. Stop loss is just below this wick here, which means below support, and it's around 17 pips, 18, 16 pips actually for my entry. Let's see. This needs to push higher now, because on Euro USD you didn't get a retest. The move already is happening now, so had to switch to AUD USD. Okay, so this was what we're waiting for. As I said before, we had this break above, but was a very weak breakout. Then came back all the way down and couldn't close below, so it came all the way up, closed bullish, and we can call this as a breakout. Didn't wait for a smaller retracement here at all, because this could have also count as a retest maybe, but it was a very small range, so I entered right away here, because not every time we get that perfect retest. Now target should be 20 pips first, and then should fill this range to the upside. Let's see. 20 pips is for my entry at 700, so that's the first take profit. So let's see what happens now. I have to be patient for this. It's pretty big range, 60 pips range, 65 pips. Would be pretty nice if it does fill this range. And I think it's gonna do it, because already had a lot of rejections, then couldn't also close below. Now we got this huge rejection and closed bullish. Should push straight for a quick 20 pips. Then after that, we'll see. Just gonna hold a runner maybe. I'm already 10 pips in profit now. Another 10 and we'll be done, and hold some runners. Okay, really nice push. Let's see. Another 6 pips. It's going pretty nice. What a nice push. See, all we need was patience, and the setup came after. We just needed to be patient to wait for the best setup. We waited for 2 hours, and then boom, we have the trade. Now I'm 15 pips in profit. I think I'm gonna take some profits here and move my stop at break even. Yeah, I'm moving my stop at break even and taking some profits. Also, zero drawdown. No drawdown at all. Still needs to push, but I think why not taking some profits and securing, because now if price comes all the way down to our entry, there's no point of holding it anymore because the move is already done. You can see from the entry it moved 15 pips. Now if price comes all the way down, that wouldn't make sense. That's why I secured my stops, I secured some positions, closed some, and I moved my stop at break even. Now it can go a lot higher, I can hold risk free. See what happened with GU? GU closed above, now it's pushing on the next candle, so couldn't close below to continue down. Euro New Zealand couldn't close above, closed all the way down, bearish, next candle, boom to the downside. Euro USD, no retest. Now I think I should have entered right here on this small wick here, because look at the zone was too small, 2 pips. I don't know what I did. I should have entered here too. But anyway, I cashed AUD JPY, so basically the same. Just that I could have cashed also EU because I waited for too long. And now, watching this dropping without me, it's a bit painful. Just kidding, it doesn't really matter at all. Because I had AUD JPY on the other side, so that's good. And just the fact that it played out just as I expected, it's enough for me. Anyway, I wouldn't enter 2 trades at the same time because that's now how I do it. If you miss AUD/JPY, I wouldn't suggest to enter now. Oh, if you entered Euro USD, that's great. At least you cashed one. If you missed both, that wouldn't be good. But if you cashed one, that's great. Yeah, it's not really much happening right now. Now what I'm expecting is just this AUD/JPY push higher and Euro USD filling this range to the downside. Maybe this candle is not gonna push more and come maybe for a retest, and I'll take it. Why not? Nice, guys. Very nice. If you cast EU, congrats. It went perfectly. Very nice. GJ, another rejection. Nothing on GJ. Now if this candle would come and close all the way up above, that would be great confirmation for us, going above the previous candle. Very nice, guys, very nice. Looks like AUD USD is gonna stop my runner. Yeah, stop at break even. I got stopped at break even. Now I'm done with AUD JPY. Of course, can still continue, but I did my part. I took profits, 15 pips, moved my stop break even, and that was for me. See now how it got rejected all the way down, and that's not a good sign when that happens. It's not a good sign. Now, when the price comes lower, I wouldn't take it. It would be more risky because the move already happened. This would be a 4-hour break. I would take GU, but because this can still continue down, even though it didn't close below. Can still continue down. It was a pretty strong candle coming all the way down. Just didn't manage to close below. But let's see. So on GJ, I will just look for this. You need to close above this. Then a retest would be very nice for continuation. This retracement was pretty big, coming all the way to where the previous candle started. Now, if we manage to go above this and close, after that would have a very nice push to the upside. So if that happens, keep in mind you can take the retest. But we need to close above where these candles are closed. Do you offer any type of signals? I don't offer signals. I have a mentorship program, a mentorship group, and I have almost 100 students till now. You've been following me only for a week. Well, you can follow me even more. I've been doing the same thing for a long time. And it's a great thing. It's a simple thing, but very powerful. And it can make you a lot of pips on a daily basis. EU is rejecting. Let's see. Maybe if we get a close like this, then a retest we can take it. And maybe I'll have another also 4 hour breakout, so that would be perfect. This is only if we break. I think there's going to be a lot of consolidation on GBP because we have the interest rate later, and it's not going to move that much, maybe just consolidate in this range until time comes. So I don't think there's going to be a trade here for me today on GBP. I think I'm going to stay away from GBP. Can affect Euro pairs too, so we have to be careful. Nothing much is happening. Maybe at least we'll see a drop on USD CAD as we break this support here, but it's gonna be hard. Wow, EU rejected very not hard. Thing is now, taking it's too risky because we have a 15 pip drop to the downside. Look at this wick. 10 pips, 13 pips, 13 pips. See, taking sells, it's risky here because when you go to the 4 hour, on the 4 hour it's a rejection from this support. That's why it's risky. Even though I still like some sells here, but it would be just pretty risky here to take sells. If this turns bullish, that would be very risky because you can see how we got rejected multiple times from this. See these candles? This one closed below. This one made the retest and it went all the way down. And you can see how this candle here closed above, made the retest and went all the way up. This one also got rejected, and now this current candle is rejecting too. That's what makes this sell now risky. And as I said before, it already made the move, so taking it now, it's a lot more risky than taking it first here when the candle started. So I wouldn't risk taking anything here. It can still reject, but you know, the chances of continuation to the upside are very high at this moment after making the move and rejecting this 4-hour support. So better stay away and find a better setup. Maybe wait for this to break above, something like that. For now, there's no trade here. We need to wait. We need at least to wait for the 4-hour to close. At least wait for the 4-hour to close and see then what happens. See, GBP USD is dropping, just like I expected. Would like some sells here on GU before the news, but needs to close below, just so we have a better confirmation, because it's not enough. It's still in between this consolidation box. It needs to close above. This, by the way, was a fake out back when it happened, so can't count that as a zone here. This is the zone we're looking for, and we need a close below if we want to take sells here. We need to close below. Another rejection. Okay. Euro USD turned bullish. Wow. and it's pushing pretty hard. See, 4 hour is a rejection from the 4 hour, from this 4 hour support. Taking sells would be pretty risky here. Gonna have to wait and see what happens, because what we can do here is, the way this candle is pushing can go all the way up. If this would go all the way up above these, that would be crazy, and it would be a perfect trade for us. Or maybe it's gonna reject, I don't know, but we have to wait and see what happens. Doesn't seem good for sells the way it's pushing, so better stay away. Better stay away from sells, because the move already happened. Wow, this is a big push. If we manage to close above, that would be perfect. We'd have another nice trade in our hands. USD CAD is dropping. Looks like USD is a bit weak for now. Since USD CAD is dropping, your USD is pushing. Let's see. Okay, looks like buys are coming in play again. It's going to be a perfect trade if it does what we're expecting. This would be my entry. Let's see if we manage to close above. Wow, what a push. Man. I hope at least it doesn't go too much. And we don't miss this trade. See, this is a perfect example, guys, when you should not take a trade. This is a perfect example. We had the breakout and there was no retest. It dropped straight away without making the retest. Now after the move was done, it came back, and that's when you also had a rejection on the 4 hour, and the move was done, so that's when you don't take the retest. Now it's coming all the way up and breaking this other zone here, this other resistance, and once it closes above, this is going to be a perfect trade, and there's no way it can go all the way down. I mean, there's a way, but anything can happen. But based on previous occasions, what happened before, this can easily push to the next zone without having any problems. This is going to be a great opportunity. Just good waiting. AUD JPY. Perfect. AUD JPY went as expected too. Still glad that I made that pips, even though it's going a lot more than I took, but still, yeah, it was a very nice trade here. It didn't even go lower than my entry. I mean, it just stopped me at break even, but didn't go lower than that. But it doesn't matter, it's still a win. A win is a win. The important thing is that we knew what's going to happen here, and we read the market the right way. We made some profits from it. It didn't give us too many pips like we wanted, but it still gave us enough. Now, EURUSD, it's rejecting. There's still a lot of time until this candle closes, so I'm gonna expect a break here unless we get rejected all the way down again. But after this big push, I'm at least expecting this to close above. What time frame? As you can see on the left, this is 1 hour chart, and I use 1 hour and 4 hour most of the time. No lower than 1 hour. Trading higher time frames is a lot more comfortable, and there's less complications, and you see charts a lot better than using smaller time frames. Even though small time frames can help you, it all depends on your way how you trade. Let's see, so this is the next step, this is the next trade I'm waiting for. Let's see if we get a break on this setup here. Hopefully yes. So we have to wait. We have another 18 minutes to wait for a breakout. After that, if we don't get a breakout, we're gonna leave the charts and come back after an hour and see if we get another break. Let's see. I have pretty big hopes on this that's gonna break above. We will see. And I'm very excited about this because it's gonna be a very nice trade. I've seen this happening a lot of times, so it shouldn't disappoint us when we get that breakout. And if you look at the 4-hour, it's almost turning bullish. That's crazy. All the way down from here, which is how many pips? Let's see, 25 pips. Rejection from 4-hour support, closing bullish maybe on the 1-hour, closing above the resistance, making a small retest and continuation all the way up. That's what I expect here. Okay, let's see. Maybe we can have a trade on ADJPY too. See if we get closed above this. I think we have a chance here too. Yeah, if we get close above, we can have a nice push to the upside and fill this range easily. I have to wait and see. Needs to close at least 10 pips so we can be more comfortable taking this. 10 pips above, somewhere here. If we get a close around here, then a retest, can easily continue. A retest here and continuation to fill this range. So we'll wait and see what happens. Can you take a look at gold? Gold is not for trading at the time, I think. You should stay away from gold. Gold is a bit risky to trade at the moment. Even though it looks pretty good, if it does close above. I think you should use very small risk on gold even if you trade it. For me, I'm not trading it lately. I have said many times until now. But yeah, well, this looks pretty good. If this does close above, I think we can have a nice push to the upside. This candle needs to close above, then a retest, and this can go pretty well and fill this range to the upside here. even though on gold 20 pips is not enough. You need a bigger stop loss than 20 pips on gold, and it's a lot more volatile than other pairs. So yeah, maybe if we get a close above this level, that would be great. I think would have a nice push. Your USD and gold are both pushing hard. We'll see if these gonna have a breakout. AUD JPY 15 pips, yeah. This is the AUD JPY trade that we took. And you can watch the stream, rewatch the stream and see the trade. This was the trade, 15 pips. So I explained this before. What happened here is that this candle closed above, but it was very weak breakout, and we didn't take any trade here. We waited. So this candle came all the way down and couldn't close below, came all the way up and closed higher than the previous one, back in the range, which means we had a breakout. Now I entered once it made the small wick here. I counted this as a retest and didn't wait to come lower. Even if it come lower, I would enter some more on the first time it happened. But it was a very small range. It is a 2-3 pips range. That's why I entered right away. It was a big rejection, closed bullish, made a small retest here, and continuation. I closed at 15 pips, moved my stop at break even, and then it got rejected, came back to my entry, closed my runner. So that was my win. Now it's going great, just as I expected. And I'm expecting also this zone to break, a retest and continuation to the next zone here. So we'll see what happens. We will see what happens. There's still time, 10 minutes, 9 minutes left for this candle to close, and we'll see the options that we have for the next hour. Yeah, like I said, this candle needs to close at least 10 pips above. Then on the retest we can enter some buys. If we do that, it would be like this. Entry here, this would be the first target, and stop loss would be just, yeah, too big, would be around 20 pips. I would prefer to be just below the breakout candle, but that's too big and we don't need a bigger stop than 20 pips. I think if price would come all the way down here, would even continue lower, so price basically should stay above this level and continue up. So we'll see. Maybe it's not going to break to the upside, and that's okay. Looks like we're not going to have any break and retest at this hourly too, because EU also got rejected from resistance. I was really hoping that it's going to break, but looks like it's not the time yet. Yeah, unfortunately. Okay, somebody said GBP CAD. Take a look at GBP CAD. I said before, GBP CAD is not on my watch list. It's too much consolidation, too many zones. So I wouldn't take anything on GBP CAD. CAD JPY. Okay, so I might consider this. CAD JPY. CAD JPY, yeah, this can be our next trade. GBP USD. I was just watching GBP USD, and let's see if we get a close below. Yeah, I was waiting for that. Let's see. Now let's see if how many pips stop loss can we use here. Yeah, this would be perfect, just above this previous wick here. If we get a close below here and a retest, that would be perfect. Yeah, looks like we're gonna have a break on GBP USD. Just a matter of time to see what happens. I just hope it doesn't push too far to leave us without a retest. Four minutes left. Looks like the only break is going to be on GBP USD. ADUSD, no, not a break. Also, yeah, almost forgot. CAD JPY. CAD JPY is going to be the next trade also. Let's see, waiting for this to close above. I'm gonna take the retest if it does happen to close above. But also have GU. Maybe I'm gonna have to split my risk in both trades. GU is gonna be a lot better breakout because it's pushing real nice and looks like it's not gonna leave any wick. If this candle doesn't leave any wick, close is very strong. Then the next trade comes for retest. Always we're gonna have a push below or above the previous candle. So let's see what's gonna happen. Okay, 1 minute left and we see what happens here. Okay, so we have a close below. Can count this as a breakout because see how many pips close below. Only 5 pips. Honestly, it's not enough, but at least it closed below. Thing is, I'm gonna take CAD JPY better because the breakout is a lot better and cleaner than GBP USD. Even though I'll try to see if I can take GBP USD too, but looks like it's not gonna make a retest at all. That's the bad thing. We need a small retest here at least. I don't want the move to happen before the retest. And looks like CAD JPY is not going to make a retest at all. Straight going up. Euro USD didn't manage to close above again. Still stuck in between these two levels. There's no trade here too. Even though the 4-hour closed above this level, still we have this resistance above. So I think there's no trade still. No trade here. GBP USD is already moving. I think it's gonna leave us. Already pushed 10 pips. Okay, let's see the 4-hour because we have a 4-hour break too. Yeah, GBP USD can still come for a retest because we have a 4-hour breakout, and it can come a bit higher than we're expecting on the 1 hour because the 4-hour level is a bit higher here, so we can have a deeper retest on GBP USD. Okay, CAD JPY is coming. Already there. Okay, I'm gonna enter. And now on CAD JPY. Okay, first entry is here. If it does push a bit lower, I'll enter another one. Stop loss is going to be just below the breakout candle. Which is how many pips? 900, around 15 pips stop loss. But this can come a bit lower here, and we can enter another trade there. Another position, I mean. And we'll see how it goes. This now should continue to the upside and fill that range. let's see. Thing is, on the 4-hour, it didn't really close above or below. On the 4-hour, it's not clear. So I'm gonna take this based on the 1-hour. Gonna take this based on 1-hour in this support. I'm gonna use lower risk just because 4-hour is not that clear. And when 1-hour and 4-hour doesn't match with each other, I don't feel too comfortable. But let's see, I'm gonna try this. Lower risk than usual, like I said, because of 4-hour is not that clear. But the zone on 1-hour is pretty clear. If we respect this zone should be good. This one is a retest. I'm using, like I said, 15 pip stop loss. So I'm not risking all my profits that I made on AUD/JPY. Always after the first win, don't risk the whole win that you made. Always use a small portion of that win as a risk on the next trade. So this should continue up. We will see now. And if price pushes down, needs to come lower than this previous breakout candle. So this trade can be not valid anymore. Unless it stays above this, we will be good. But once it comes below the breakout candle, that's when the trade becomes invalid. Now we will wait and see what happens. Yeah, let's see. Wait and see now. Wow, AUD/USD made a big retracement too. We'll see how these will go. Yeah, I think even AUD/JPY should continue too. See, this candle closed above these previous 4-hour rejections that we had here, and all these candles came and closed above. Now this candle closed above these, which means we have a breakout. This should be the retest to continue up. But that trade is done. I'm gonna have to wait and see what happens with CAD/JPY. A 1-hour break and retest using lower risk because the 4-hour is not clear, and also because we already had a win, so we're not gonna risk all the win that we had before. Just a small piece of that. Now all we have to do is to be patient with this and see how it works. It's not too much complication. It only has two ways to go, up or down, so whatever happens here, we know how to manage it. And we know what to do. The worst thing is to not know what to do. When a trade goes against you or something like that. But we know we have a plan and we're gonna go based on that plan. What can happen here is reject and continue all the way up, which is what we're expecting, or if it does happen to close below this zone again, that's when you consider closing it. But for as long as it stays above this, there's no reason to think about closing it or something like that. GBP AUD sells. Like I said, I'm not gonna go to watch GBP AUD because I said I don't trade that. Okay, somebody saying I tried to copy your idea and I lost $80. Sell AUD JPY fake out. Okay, please send a chart and let's see, because we didn't take any loss here. I don't see a fake out here on AUD JPY. So please send a chart so we can review your chart and see what did you do wrong. The only trade we took is buys on AUD JPY. This trade here, you can go watch the replay and see what did we do and how did we take it, based on what. And the only trade we're in now is CAD JPY. Let's see how CAD JPY is gonna go. Let's see what we have. Looks like we have some cat news at 2:30 in how many hours? 3.5 hours, which doesn't say it's high impact. Let me check investing because sometimes FOREX Factory doesn't say that it's high risk, but on other website it does say. Let's see. Yeah, it's not a high impact trade news. So I think we're good. No news about CAD. There's some news, but that's not high impact, so it's not gonna really affect CAD maybe. So we're gonna wait, and there's 3.5 hours until that news. Plenty of time for this trade to move. Oh, looks like UJ has come back making the retest. But I'm not gonna take this. I'm not gonna take GBP/USD. Just because if I take GBP/USD here, there's chances that 4-hour is gonna come higher. There are chances that 4 hours can come higher and make a retest at this level here. That's what I'm afraid of, and I don't want to get stuck in an early entry here on GBP/USD. Even though it can still reject but for me I don't feel comfortable. Don't feel comfortable taking GBP/USD. GBP/AUD break and retest happening. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I think so. I think it's happening a break and retest. Let me check the 4-hour. Also 4-hour closed. Very nice. Thing is, I think we missed the retest. Now it already moved 10 pips. Yeah, I think we missed this, and it was pretty nice. Nice setup. 4-hour and 1-hour. This is a good thing when you have a 1-hour and 4-hour both time frames a breakout. That's a perfect setup. And see how GBP/USD is pushing. I think it can come all the way up here to make that retest. Even though I said better stay out of GBP because there are news and it can move weird. It can make some weird moves, so better stay out. News are coming, not now but soon, and I think it's not that safe to trade GBP in general, not just GBP/USD. Wow, EA went perfectly. See, I said before, when EA breaks, it makes big moves on a short time. So look at this, 20 pips already. Already 20 pips. I don't know how I missed this. Why no one mentioned this? I was already busy on CAD JPY, which is going nice for now. Let's see, this needs to turn bullish and continue. Okay, it's going pretty nice. Once this turns bullish, should continue even more. For New York session, keep an eye on Euro USD because it can break anytime. And then you know what to do after it breaks. It's gonna be a nice setup once it does that. CAD JPY, waiting for this. Maybe it's gonna take some time to develop, so gonna have to wait. It's already 5 pips in profit, I think. Yeah, it should continue up, there's no doubt here. Because it doesn't make sense to go all the way down now. Based on these candles, current candles. Yeah, same. I'm gonna be watching EU. Whenever it makes that break, I'll be here to take it. I'm not gonna miss this. I'll wait it for hours, and at the end, I don't want to miss it. It's gonna be a nice move once it happens. For now, we should focus on CAD JPY and see what happens. Wow, this is the longest stream I've ever done. It's been 4 hours and 20 minutes. Four hours and 20 minutes. Wow, pretty big. We had to wait a lot for setups to come, but at the end, we got some pips. We were not disappointed today. We got some good pips. First trade was AUD JPY, 15 pips, and now CAD JPY, currently running 5 pips in profit. We'll see how it goes. I think, guys, I'm gonna go for now. I think it's enough for a London session. I'm gonna hold this trade just so you know, and like I told you what to do here. As long as it stays above this level, you should hold, not close, because there's no reason to close. But if this candle or the next candle comes and closes below this range, this level, this support, then you wait for a retest where you can exit at break even or close, lower a short loss, maybe not wait for that retest at all to close at break even. So you can cut your losses short or wait for it to come to break even and not close a loss at all. And the next option is, as long as it stays above, this should continue up. There's no reason to close unless it comes back and closes below the support. As long as it stays above, we are good to continue up. This just might take some time, but I think it should continue up. It's just a matter of time. Should be very patient here, and whatever happens, know how to manage it. And clean this chart a bit so you guys know what to do now. And let's see, looking forward to take another win here. Okay, sorry, deleted that. First target is going to be 20 pips, as always. First target is going to be 20 pips, which is, okay, our entry is 0.40. Okay, so first take profit, this is going to be first take profit. Or take profit 1. And then after this, you can move your stop at break even and leave a runner. Yeah, so that's for it today. Thank you guys all for being here. Thank you for participating. I hope this was helpful for you. We made a long live stream here, 4 hours. I hope this was, you took some information from this. If you found this helpful, give it a like and a subscribe maybe. Yeah, so see you tomorrow. I think I'll do another one tomorrow. We'll try and do this daily, hopefully on the next days. Thank you all. Thank you. Have a nice day. Manage your trades good. Use good risk management. And see you tomorrow for someone, and see you later for my students. Thank you all. Have a nice day.